Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The morning arrived in Baker Street with the particular silence that only snow can bring, that hushed quality where London itself seems to hold its breath. The cold pressed against the window panes, each one frosted with patterns that might have been lace if ice had learned embroidery. Inside the sitting room at 221B, the fire had burned down to embers that glowed like secrets keeping themselves warm, and the air carried the mingled scent of old tobacco, leather-bound books, and Mrs. Hudson's breakfast tea steeping somewhere below. Sherlock Holmes stood at the window, one long finger tracing an absent pattern on the glass. He had been standing there for nearly 20 minutes, which was unusual even for a man known to spend hours in motionless contemplation. His dressing gown, a burgundy affair that had seen better decades, hung loosely about his spare frame, and his dark hair caught the grey morning light in a way that made him look almost spectral. But it was not the snow itself that held his attention, though London had been blessed, or cursed, depending on one's perspective, with a thick blanket of it overnight. It was the colour. Snow, in Holmes's considerable experience, came in shades of white or grey when London's coal smoke and industrial ambition got the better of it, or even the yellowish tint that spoke of fog and gaslight mixing their influences. But this snow, the snow that had fallen in the night and now lay across the rooftops and streets like a strange confession, held a tinge of crimson. Not the bright red of fresh blood, but something more subtle, more insidious, the pale pink of watered wine, or the blush on cheeks that have seen too much cold, or perhaps the colour of a secret that has just begun to leak. The gaslights along Baker Street had been extinguished an hour ago as dawn broke, but their absence only made the peculiarity more apparent. The snow reflected the morning light with an off-kilter warmth, as if the city had been dusted with something that remembered summer even as winter held it firm. From his vantage point, Holmes could see the street sweepers already at work, their brooms making dark streaks through the crimson-tinged drifts, their breath rising in clouds that looked almost reproachful. One of them paused to examine the snow on his shovel, holding it up to the light with the confused expression of a man confronting evidence that his senses might be lying. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured to the empty room, though the word barely disturbed the silence. The door opened then, not with the tentative knock of Mrs. Hudson bearing breakfast, but with the familiar confidence of a man who had walked through that door so many times that announcing himself seemed superfluous. Dr. John Watson stepped into the sitting room, bringing with him a gust of cold air, the scent of winter morning, and the slightly harried energy of a man who has walked briskly through strange weather to reach a friend he suspects might be awake at an unreasonable hour. "Holmes," Watson said, unwinding his scarf, a sensible wool affair that his late wife had knitted, though he never mentioned this detail, and stamping his boots on the threshold. "Have you seen it?" "The snow?" Holmes did not turn from the window. "I have been observing little else for the past 20 minutes, though I suspect your question is less about whether I have seen it, and more about whether I have formed a theory. The answer, my dear Watson, is that I have formed several, each one more improbable than the last, which usually indicates that the truth will prove even more improbable than any of them." Watson crossed to the window, standing beside his friend with the comfortable ease of long association. Together they looked out at London's strange new morning, two silhouettes framed by crimson-dusted glass. "The papers are calling it the Scarlet Snow," Watson said, pulling a folded copy of the Times from his coat pocket, though the editorial writers seemed divided between blaming industrial pollution, atmospheric peculiarities, or, and I quote, "the moral decline of the modern age manifesting in meteorological rebellion." Holmes's mouth twitched in what might have been amusement. The Times has always had a gift for making the inexplicable sound like a judgment, though I noticed they stopped short of suggesting which particular sins might cause Snow to blush. A pity. It would make for more interesting reading than their usual complaints about the state of the railways. The detective finally turned from the window, his grey eyes sharp with the particular focus that Watson had learned to recognise as the beginning of a case. Holmes moved to his armchair, the one near the fire that had moulded itself to his form over years of use, and gestured for Watson to take the opposite seat. Between them, the small table held the debris of Holmes's night. A breakfast tray that appeared untouched, several newspapers marked with pencil notations, and a small glass dish containing what looked like a sample of the crimson snow, already melting into pink water. "You collected a sample," Watson observed, settling into his chair with the grateful sigh of a man whose morning walk had been longer than anticipated. 3 samples, actually. One from the street directly below, one from the roof, which required a somewhat undignified climb that I shall not describe in detail, and one from Regent's Park, which I retrieved an hour ago while you were no doubt enjoying a civilized breakfast. Holmes lifted the glass dish, tilting it to catch the light. The coloration is consistent across all 3 locations, which eliminates the possibility of localized contamination. Whatever has tinted this snow did so before it fell, or at the very least during its descent. Watson leaned forward, his medical training asserting itself as it always did when presented with something unusual. Could it be some sort of algae? I've read of snow algae that can turn snow red or pink in Arctic regions. Chlamydomonas nivalis, if I recall correctly. The explorers' accounts mentioned it. An excellent hypothesis, and one that demonstrates why I keep you around, Watson. Aside from your considerable skills with a service revolver, and your willingness to climb into hansom cabs at inconvenient hours. Holmes set the dish down carefully. However, snow algae requires specific conditions. Sustained snow cover, sunlight, and typically appears in spring or summer on old snow. This appeared overnight in December in London. Unless our local algae has developed unprecedented ambition, we must look elsewhere. The fire crackled, sending up a small shower of sparks that glowed briefly before dying. Outside, the sounds of London waking filtered through the window. The clip of horse hooves on snow-muffled cobblestones, the distant cry of a street vendor already hawking hot chestnuts, the perpetual rumble of the great city's machinery grinding through another day. But there was something different in the quality of those sounds, a tentative note, as if the city itself was uncertain how to proceed with crimson snow lying across its streets, like an unanswered question. "There's something else," Watson said quietly, unfolding the newspaper more fully. Buried on page 7, below the advertisements for patent medicines and above the shipping news, a death notice that caught my eye precisely because of how unremarkable it tried to be. Holmes's fingers steepled beneath his chin, a gesture so familiar that Watson could have sketched it from memory. "Do continue." Captain Edmund Fairweather, late of Her Majesty's Royal Navy, retired, found dead in his residence in Bloomsbury yesterday morning. The notice says, "Natural causes," but Watson paused, his finger tracing the short paragraph. Captain Fairweather was 43 years old, in reportedly excellent health, and had only recently returned from a lecture tour where he spoke about his Arctic expeditions. Natural causes seem convenient. Convenient, Holmes repeated, savouring the word. Yes, that is precisely the correct word, Watson. Convenient in the way that locked doors are convenient for keeping out unwanted questions, or the way that atmospheric peculiarities is convenient for explaining snow that has decided to dress itself in pink. Tell me, does the notice mention when Captain Fairweather returned from his lecture tour? Watson scanned the article again. It doesn't specify exactly, but the tour was in Scotland. He gave his final lecture in Edinburgh on December 15th. That would put his return to London at perhaps December 16th or 17th. Which is to say, Holmes said softly, rising from his chair with the fluid grace of a cat that has spotted something interesting. Approximately 3 days before the first reports of crimson snow. How delightfully suggestive. I think, Watson, that we should pay a visit to Scotland Yard. Inspector Lestrade has a particular talent for knowing about deaths that are officially unremarkable, and I suspect Captain Fairweather's passing might be even more unremarkable than the papers suggest. Watson stood as well, reaching for his coat with the reflexive motion of a man who had followed Holmes into stranger situations than unusual weather. You think there's a connection between the snow and the captain's death? Holmes was already at the desk, scribbling a note, presumably to Mrs. Hudson, explaining their absence, in his precise, angular hand. I think, my dear fellow, that London does not blush without reason. Snow does not take on the colour of embarrassment or guilt without cause. And retired Arctic explorers do not typically die of natural causes 3 days before meteorological impossibilities begin falling from the sky. Coincidence is merely God's way of remaining anonymous, as someone no doubt said at some point, but in my experience, coincidence also has a tendency to collapse under rigorous investigation. He sealed the note and turned to Watson with that particular gleam in his eye that meant the game was afoot, though he would never use such a theatrical phrase himself. Besides, I have always been curious about the Arctic. All that ice and darkness and silence, it seems the sort of place where secrets might keep themselves preserved indefinitely. Rather like how our peculiar snow has preserved its colour overnight, despite every thermodynamic principle suggesting it should have melted or faded by now. Watson pulled on his gloves, heavy wool that did little to ward off London's December bite, but at least provided the illusion of warmth. You've examined the melted sample, I take it? I have examined it, tested it, and found it most educational. The water contains trace amounts of what appears to be iron oxide, rust, essentially, along with organic compounds I cannot immediately identify without more sophisticated equipment than I possess in this sitting room. The combination suggests something biological, something that has learned to carry iron in its structure and release it under certain conditions, which is, you must admit, a rather remarkable evolutionary adaptation if it is indeed natural. They made their way down the 17 steps. Watson had counted them once during a period of convalescence, and the number had lodged in his mind, and out into the strange. Morning. Baker Street stretched before them, transformed by its crimson dusting into something almost otherworldly. The snow crunched beneath their boots with the familiar squeak of fresh powder, but each footprint they left behind seemed to glow faintly pink, as if they were walking through a dream that couldn't quite decide whether it was beautiful or unsettling. A passing cab slowed at Holmes's raised hand, the driver peering down at them with the suspicious expression of a London cabbie who has seen many strange things but still maintains standards. "Where to, gents?" "Scotland Yard," Holmes said, climbing in with Watson close behind. "And there's an extra shilling if you can tell me what you think of the snow," the driver snorted, setting the horse into motion with a practised flick of the reins. "I think it's a sign, is what I think. The end times, maybe, or some sort of judgment. My missus says it's the factories, all that smoke and such finally coming back to haunt us. But me? I think someone's having us on somehow. Snow ain't meant to be pink, any more than Thames water's meant to be clear." Holmes settled back against the worn leather seat, a slight smile playing at his lips. A philosopher and a sceptic, London is well served by its cabbies. The journey to Scotland Yard took them through streets that were slowly coming to life despite the unsettling weather. Shop windows glowed with gaslight, displaying their wares behind frost-traced glass. Street vendors stamped their feet and called out their goods, hot pies, roasted nuts, morning papers, with voices that carried a note of defiance, as if to say that strange snow or not, commerce would continue. Children played in the drifts, making snowballs that left pink stains on their mittens, their laughter cutting through the cold air with the resilience of youth that finds wonder in oddity rather than fear. Watson watched it all with the attentiveness of a man who had learned to observe, though he would never match Holmes's almost supernatural ability to extract meaning from minutiae. "It doesn't seem to be causing panic," he observed, "more confusion than fear." "For now," Holmes replied quietly, "but confusion has a way of curdling into fear when understanding fails to arrive. People can tolerate mystery if they believe answers are forthcoming. It is when the mystery persists, when the explanations offered prove inadequate, that civilization begins to fray at the edges. We have perhaps 3 days before curious phenomenon becomes dire omen, less if more people start dying." The cab rattled through the morning, carrying them toward answers that neither man suspected would prove as strange as the question painted across London's rooftops in shades of crimson and rose. Scotland Yard rose from the Thames embankment like a monument to Victorian certainty, all Portland stone and iron-framed windows that stared out at the river with the implacable gaze of institutional authority. The building itself seemed to radiate a particular kind of confidence, the belief that crime, however ingenious, would eventually bow before proper procedure and a well-maintained filing system. Holmes had always found this confidence both admirable and slightly tragic, like watching a man arm himself with an umbrella before walking into a hurricane. The crimson snow had settled on the yard's steps and courtyard, with what might have been interpreted as irony, dusting the seat of London's law enforcement in the same peculiar pink that now decorated half the city. A constable was attempting to sweep it away with the determined futility of someone who hasn't quite accepted that this particular problem might require more than a broom and good intentions. He looked up as Holmes and Watson approached, his young face caught between duty and bewilderment. "Morning, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, stepping aside with the automatic deference that Holmes's reputation commanded even among those who privately thought consulting detectives were an affront to proper police work. "Inspector Lestrade said you might be coming by. He's in his office, muttering about explorers and peculiar weather. Though to be fair, he's been muttering about peculiar weather since the snow started, same as everyone else in London." "And yet the snow continues to fall, indifferent to our muttering," Holmes observed, brushing a few pink-tinged flakes from his coat sleeve. "A reminder that nature, or whatever this is, operates outside the jurisdiction of Scotland Yard. How deflating for us all." Inside, the yard hummed with its usual morning activity, a carefully orchestrated chaos of constables filing reports, clerks shuffling papers, and the occasional arrested individual being escorted with varying degrees of cooperation toward the cells. The building smelled of coal smoke, damp wool, strong tea, and that indefinable scent of bureaucracy, ink and old paper, and the lingering ghost of 1,000 previous crimes seeking resolution. The crimson snow had followed them in on boots and coat hems, leaving small pink puddles on the tile floor that a harried cleaning woman was trying to mop up, while simultaneously cursing modern meteorology in terms that would have made a sailor blush. Inspector Lestrade's office sat at the end of a narrow corridor on the second floor, positioned strategically so that the inspector could observe the comings and goings below through his window, while maintaining the appropriate distance from the daily tumult. The door stood ajar, and through it came the sound of papers being shuffled with barely contained frustration, and Lestrade's voice muttering something about damned inconvenient timing. Holmes knocked once, perfunctorily, and entered without waiting for invitation, a habit that Lestrade had long since ceased to protest, having learned that Holmes operated by his own protocols and that resistance merely wasted energy better spent on actual investigation. Inspector G. Lestrade sat behind his desk in a pool of grey morning light that filtered through windows overlooking the Thames. He was a lean man, ferret-faced and sharp-eyed, with the kind of intelligence that manifested not in brilliant deductions but in dogged persistence and an encyclopedic knowledge of London's criminal element. His office reflected this practical mindset. Filing cabinets organised with military precision, maps of London marked with pins indicating crime patterns, and a teapot that was likely cold but still sitting hopefully on its tray. "Holmes," Lestrade said, looking up with an expression that managed to combine relief, resignation, and preemptive defensiveness. "I suppose you're here about Captain Fairweather, or the snow, or both, knowing your tendency to see connections where the rest of us see coincidence." "Coincidence," Holmes said, settling into the chair opposite Lestrade's desk while Watson took the seat beside him, "is what we call patterns we haven't yet recognised. I am here about both the captain and the snow, because I suspect they are not coincidental at all. Tell me about Fairweather's death." Lestrade leaned back in his chair, which creaked in protest, a sound so familiar it had become part of the officer's character. Found yesterday morning by his housekeeper, Mrs. Blackwood, in his study. No signs of forced entry, no signs of struggle. The physician who examined him, Dr. Thornton, respectable fellow, practices in Bloomsbury, declared it natural causes, heart failure, possibly brought on by exertion or stress. 43 years old, recently returned from a speaking tour, and his heart simply stopped. Watson's medical scepticism was evident in his tone. "I assume there were no underlying conditions? No family history of cardiac trouble?" "None that we're aware of," Lestrade admitted, pulling a folder from the organised chaos of his desk. "Which is precisely why I was muttering when you arrived. Fairweather was, by all accounts, remarkably fit. Climbed mountains in Scotland just last month. Gave lectures that ran for hours without appearing winded. Mrs. Blackwood said he'd seemed tired the past few days, mentioned not sleeping well, but nothing that suggested imminent death." Holmes's fingers steepled beneath his chin, a gesture Watson recognised as the external sign of internal machinery beginning to turn. "And the circumstances of discovery? Paint me the scene, Inspector. Every detail, no matter how insignificant it may seem." Lestrade consulted his notes, squinting at his own handwriting in the dim light. Mrs. Blackwood arrived at 7 o'clock, as was her custom. She noticed immediately that the study lamp was still burning. Fairweather had apparently been working through the night. She knocked, received no answer, and found him slumped over his desk. Various papers spread before him, ink spilled from an overturned pot, and his right hand was still holding a pen. Dr. Thornton was summoned, pronounced him dead, estimated the time of death at somewhere between 2 and 4 in the morning. The papers on his desk, Holmes said quietly. What was he writing? Notes for an upcoming lecture, apparently. Something about Arctic ice formations and their effects on navigation. Mrs. Blackwood said he'd been obsessed with the topic since his return from Scotland, spending every evening in his study poring over old expedition journals and charts. Watson shifted in his chair, his medical mind clearly working through possibilities. Could I examine the body? If there's any question about the cause of death, a more thorough examination might... Already cremated, Lestrade interrupted, and Watson's sharp intake of breath spoke volumes about what that meant for their investigation. Family's wishes. The funeral was this morning, actually, at Kensal Green. Private affair, just a few fellow explorers and some naval colleagues. We had no reason to object. It was ruled natural causes, and the family wanted closure. How remarkably convenient, Holmes murmured. The words so soft they barely disturbed the air. And how remarkably final. Tell me, Inspector, has anyone else died recently? Anyone with similar circumstances, unexpected, officially natural, perhaps also connected to Arctic exploration? Lestrade's expression shifted, and Watson recognised the look. The moment when a police officer realises that the consulting detective has already seen something that was supposed to remain hidden in plain sight. The inspector pulled out another folder, this one thicker, more worn at the edges. 3 others, Lestrade said slowly. In the past fortnight. I'd noticed the pattern myself and started compiling information this morning when I heard about Fairweather. Lieutenant Marcus Henshaw died December 5th. Dr. Robert Ashford died December 9th. Commander James Blackwood, no relation to the housekeeper, died December 12th. And now Captain Fairweather on December 17th. All of them Arctic explorers, Holmes finished. All of them connected to northern expeditions. I assume they all died of officially natural causes? Heart failure, perhaps? Or respiratory complications? Heart failure, everyone. Lestrade confirmed, his finger tracing down the list of names. Different physicians, different parts of London, but the same ultimate conclusion. At the time, I thought it was just one of those odd coincidences. Middle-aged men, stressful lives, the rigours of polar exploration taking their toll years later. But 4 in 2 weeks, and now with this peculiar snow. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, looking out at the Thames as it flowed past, grey and eternal, carrying London's secrets toward the sea. The river's surface reflected the strange morning light filtered through crimson-dusted air, turning the water into something that resembled old wine more than English waterway. Along the embankment, people moved about their business with the determined normalcy of Londoners refusing to be fazed by mere meteorological oddity. But Holmes could see the way they glanced at the sky, the way mothers pulled their children closer, the way even the most stalwart citizens quickened their pace as if hoping to outrun whatever question the snow was asking. The connection between them, Holmes said without turning from the window. Beyond their profession, what else united these men? The same expeditions, the same ships, the same sponsors. Lestrade rustled through his papers with renewed purpose, now fully engaged in the hunt. Give me a moment. Yes, here. Henshaw, Ashford, and Blackwood all participated in the Greely expedition to the Arctic in 1883. Fairweather wasn't part of that specific expedition, but he was part of the relief effort that went looking for Greely's party when they went missing. Watson leaned forward, his knowledge of exploration history serving him well. The Greely expedition was a disaster, wasn't it? I remember reading about it in the papers. Lady Franklin Bay, scientific observation, and then years of silence before the survivors were finally found. Terrible conditions, starvation, allegations of cannibalism. Indeed, Holmes said, turning from the window with that particular intensity that meant pieces were beginning to fit together in ways no one else could yet see. And if memory serves, the Greely expedition had international complications, Russian territorial disputes, competing claims to Arctic waters, accusations of espionage disguised as scientific research, Am I correct, Inspector? Lestrade nodded slowly. The Foreign Office was involved, yes. Questions in Parliament about whether British expeditions were straying into Russian-claimed territories. There were rumours, never confirmed, of confrontations with Russian explorers, possibly Russian naval personnel. But it was all hushed up in the interest of diplomatic relations. The official record speaks only of scientific cooperation and shared pursuit of knowledge. The official record, Holmes repeated with the faint smile of a man who trusted official records about as much as he trusted London weather predictions. Which is to say, a carefully edited version of events designed to prevent exactly the kind of international incident that might result from, for example, British explorers discovering something the Russian Empire would prefer remained hidden. Watson, remind me, what is the current state of Anglo-Russian relations? Strained, Watson replied immediately. The great game continues, even if we're not officially calling it a war. Competition over India, over Central Asia, over anywhere either empire can plant a flag and claim interest. The Foreign Office treats Russia as a rival at best, an enemy at worst, depending on which day you ask and which minister is speaking. Holmes returned to his chair but did not sit, instead standing behind it with both, hands resting on the back, a posture that suggested energy barely contained. So we have 4 men, all connected to Arctic expeditions in waters disputed by Britain and Russia, all dying of improbably convenient heart failure within 2 weeks of each other, and all dying after the appearance of snow that has no business being the colour it is. The pattern, gentlemen, is beginning to emerge with unfortunate clarity. You think the Russians are involved? Lestrade's scepticism was evident but not dismissive. He had learned to take Holmes's theories seriously even when they seemed to reach beyond the boundaries of reasonable deduction. I think, Holmes said carefully, that something happened during those Arctic expeditions. Something involving samples, perhaps biological samples, brought back from Siberian territories. Something that our 4 deceased explorers either discovered, transported, or witnessed. And I think that whatever they brought back has somehow manifested itself in our present circumstances, though the mechanism remains obscure. Watson stood as well, his mind clearly racing through possibilities. Biological samples that could cause heart failure, and also tint snow pink. Holmes, are you suggesting some sort of disease, a pathogen carried in ice or snow? I am suggesting, Holmes said, already moving toward the door with Watson and Lestrade hurrying to follow, that we need to speak with the survivors of those expeditions immediately. Someone knows what was found in the Arctic, what was brought back, and why it might be killing people now. We also need to examine whatever materials Captain Fairweather was working with before his death. Those papers Mrs. Blackwood mentioned, his journals, any specimens or samples he might have kept. They emerged back into the corridor, Holmes's long strides eating distance with Watson and Lestrade trailing in his wake, like rowboats trying to keep pace with a ship under full sail. Around them, Scotland Yard continued its morning routine, but there was an undercurrent of unease now, visible in the way constables clustered together murmuring about the strange snow, the way clerks glanced nervously toward windows as if expecting the crimson precipitation to darken into something worse. The Royal Geographical Society, Holmes said as they descended the stairs toward the main entrance. That is where we'll find the records of these expeditions, the membership rosters, the after-action reports, and more importantly, that is where we'll find the survivors, retired explorers who gather there like old soldiers at their club, sharing stories and pretending the Arctic doesn't still live in their bones. Someone there will know what secret the ice was keeping. They emerged into the cold morning, the crimson snow still falling in lazy spirals that seemed almost leisurely in their descent, as if winter had decided to take its time revealing whatever message it carried. The Thames flowed on beside them, indifferent to human concerns, indifferent to the small pink flakes that touched its surface and dissolved into nothing, leaving no trace except the gradually changing colour of London itself. A cab was summoned, and as they climbed aboard, Holmes turned to Watson with an expression that managed to combine grim determination with something almost like anticipation. The game, my dear Watson, is not merely afoot. It is running ahead of us, and we must sprint to catch it before more bodies accumulate and before whatever secret is buried in Arctic ice finishes melting across London's streets. The cab lurched into motion, carrying them toward answers that would prove colder than any snow, natural or otherwise. The Royal Geographical Society occupied a building in Kensington Gore that spoke of the Empire with the casual confidence of old money and older maps. Built in the classical style that Victorian England favoured for its important institutions, all columns and symmetry, and the implicit suggestion that geometry itself endorsed British expansion. The society housed within its walls the accumulated knowledge of centuries of exploration. Here were the charts that had guided ships through uncharted waters, the journals that documented first contacts with distant peoples, the specimens that proved the world was larger and stranger than any armchair philosopher could imagine from the comfort of a London study. The crimson snow had settled on the society's steps and portico with what might have been interpreted as deliberate symbolism, dusting the temple of exploration in the same peculiar colour that explorers might have found in distant polar regions. Holmes paused at the entrance, observing the way the pink-tinged drifts had been partially cleared, but not entirely removed, as if the staff couldn't quite decide whether to treat this phenomenon as weather to be managed or evidence to be preserved. "The Royal Geographical Society," Watson murmured as they climbed the steps, his breath misting in the cold air, "has always struck me as a museum dedicated to the proposition that curiosity is both virtue and vice. Every map here represents someone who looked at a blank space and decided it was personally offensive." "A fair assessment," Holmes replied, pushing through the heavy oak doors into the building's interior. "Though I would add that every map also represents someone who returned alive to draw it. The ones who didn't return leave different kinds of marks, the gaps in the archives, the expeditions with incomplete rosters, the journals that end mid-sentence because their authors met something they couldn't chart." The entrance hall stretched before them in marble magnificence, its walls lined with portraits of famous explorers staring down with the stern expressions of men who had faced blizzards, hostile territories, and parliamentary committees with equal fortitude. David Livingstone gazed disapprovingly from one wall, while Sir John Franklin, whose Arctic expedition had ended in tragedy and cannibalism, though the portraits diplomatically omitted this detail, occupied a place of honour near the grand staircase. Between the portraits hung maps, Africa gradually filling in with detail, the Arctic's blank spaces slowly acquiring names and borders, the world itself becoming less mysterious and more possessed with each passing decade. A clerk approached them with the particular wariness of someone who had learned to recognise Sherlock Holmes on sight, and understood that his visits typically heralded complications. He was a small man, neat as a pin, with spectacles that magnified his eyes to an unsettling degree, and ink stains on his fingers that spoke of decades spent copying expedition reports in meticulous copperplate. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said, his voice carrying the slight wheeze of someone who spent too much time breathing air thick with old paper and preservation chemicals. "We heard about Captain Fairweather. Terrible business. Terrible. He was here just last week consulting the Arctic archives. Such a vital man, seemed in perfect health. The heart is a mysterious organ, I suppose." "Mysterious," Holmes agreed, "or misunderstood. Tell me, Mr. "Pemberton. Harold Pemberton. I've been the senior archivist here for 23 years come March." "Mr. Pemberton, then. You mentioned Captain Fairweather was consulting the Arctic archives. Can you tell me precisely what materials he was examining, and whether anyone else has been reviewing similar documents recently?" Pemberton's expression shifted to one of professional caution, the look of a man who understood that archives were confidential, not because their contents were secret, but because controlling access to information was the archivist's primary source of institutional power. "Well, Mr. Holmes, the Society does maintain certain standards regarding member privacy." Holmes produced a card, not his own, but rather an official-looking document bearing Scotland Yard's seal that Lestrade had provided before they parted ways. "Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard considers this a matter of potential criminality. Your cooperation would be appreciated and noted. Your obstruction would be remembered differently." The transformation was immediate. Pemberton's professional caution evaporated, replaced by the slightly flustered compliance of someone who had just realised that defending procedural protocols was considerably less important than avoiding Scotland Yard's displeasure. Of course. Let me consult the access logs, if you'll follow me." He led them through corridors lined with glass cases containing artefacts from famous expeditions, a sextant that had guided ships through Antarctic ice, a journal written in fading ink during an Amazon exploration, a compass whose glass face was cracked from some unspecified trauma that the accompanying placard described as an encounter with hostile forces in unmapped territory. The building smelled of old leather, preservation wax, and that particular mustiness that accumulates wherever human ambition is stored in written form. The archive itself occupied the building's heart, a large room whose walls were lined floor to ceiling with shelves bearing boxes, folders, and bound volumes organised according to some system that presumably made sense to Pemberton, but appeared to outside observers as barely controlled chaos. Large tables occupied the centre of the room, their surfaces scarred by decades of researchers taking notes, sketching maps, and occasionally spilling tea, despite prominent signs forbidding refreshments near the documents. Pemberton moved to a desk near the entrance and consulted a leather-bound ledger with the reverent care of someone handling scripture. His finger traced down columns of names and dates, his lips moving silently as he read. Captain Fairweather accessed the Greeley expedition materials on December 14th, Pemberton reported. Specifically, he requested Lieutenant Henshaw's personal journal, the one kept during the expedition itself, not the sanitized version published for public consumption, and Dr. Ashford's botanical collection notes. He also requested several boxes of photographic plates from the relief expedition, the one that finally found Greeley's survivors in 1884. Watson exchanged a glance with Holmes. Henshaw and Ashford, both now dead, both from the same expedition as Fairweather. He was researching his deceased colleagues, or, Holmes said softly, researching whatever they had discovered together. Mr. Pemberton, you mentioned a botanical collection. Dr. Ashford was a physician, not a botanist, if I recall correctly. Yes, but many of the Arctic explorers collected specimens opportunistically. Scientific advancement, you understand. Bring back whatever you find, let the experts at the British Museum sort out what's valuable. Dr. Ashford apparently had an interest in Arctic flora, particularly lichens and mosses that survive in extreme cold. His notes describe samples collected from the Siberian coast during the Greeley expedition. Holmes moved to one of the tables and sat with the controlled stillness of a predator settling in to wait. I need to see everything Captain Fairweather examined. Everything. Also, I need your complete access logs for the past month. Anyone who has consulted Arctic expedition materials, particularly anything related to Greeley, Henshaw, Ashford, or Siberian territories. Pemberton hesitated, glancing between Holmes and the archive shelves as if calculating the effort required. Watson, recognising the moment, produced a sovereign from his pocket and placed it gently on the desk. Not quite a bribe, more a suggestion that expediency had value beyond the merely abstract. I shall retrieve the materials immediately, Pemberton said, the coin disappearing into his waistcoat with practised efficiency. Though I must warn you, some of the photographic plates are quite disturbing. The Greeley survivors were not in good condition when found. He vanished into the stacks, leaving Holmes and Watson alone in the archive's cathedral silence. The room held that particular quality of stillness found only in places where knowledge accumulates, not the emptiness of absence, but the fullness of too much information waiting patiently to be rediscovered. Holmes, Watson said quietly, settling into a chair beside his friend, what exactly are we looking for? Some sort of botanical specimen that can cause heart failure and tint snow red. It sounds more like a Gothic novel than actual biology. Biology, Holmes replied, his eyes distant with thought, is far stranger than any Gothic novelist would dare imagine. Consider, there are insects that can control the minds of other insects, forcing them to walk to their deaths. There are fungi that turn ants into zombies. There are bacteria that survive in boiling water, in solid ice, in acid that would dissolve human flesh. Nature has been conducting horrifying experiments for millions of years, Watson. We have barely begun to catalogue them, let alone understand them. Pemberton returned bearing several boxes, which he arranged on the table with the careful precision of someone setting a formal dinner table. Lieutenant Henshaw's journal, he said, indicating a leather-bound volume whose pages had warped from moisture and time, Dr. Ashford's specimen notes, and 3 boxes of photographic plates from the relief expedition. I'm afraid the access logs will take some time to compile. Our filing system for administrative records is less sophisticated than our system for expeditionary materials. Then begin compiling them, Holmes said without looking up, already opening Henshaw's journal with hands that, despite their haste, treated the aged pages with appropriate delicacy. Watson, you take Ashford's notes. Look for anything unusual. Specimens that behaved oddly, observations that seemed to puzzle him, locations where samples were collected. For the next hour they read in silence broken only by the turning of pages and Pemberton's distant movements among the shelves. The archive's windows showed the day progressing beyond the walls, the crimson snow still falling in its lazy, inexorable way, accumulating depth and mystery with each passing moment. Occasionally, voices drifted up from the street, concerned murmurs, theories shouted between neighbours, the general bewilderment of a city trying to rationalise the irrational. Holmes read with the focused intensity of someone mining text for meaning the way prospectors mine rock for gold. Henshaw's journal proved to be exactly what Pemberton had suggested, a far more candid account than any official report would include. The lieutenant described tensions with Russian explorers encountered in Siberian waters, accusations of territorial violations, and at least one incident where shots were fired, though no one was injured, and the matter was resolved through diplomatic channels, which presumably meant everyone agreed to pretend it hadn't happened. But it was an entry dated July 15th, 1883, that made Holmes pause, his finger tracing the faded ink as if physical contact might extract additional meaning. "Watson," he said quietly, "listen to this. Ashford has become obsessed with a peculiar growth he found on ice samples collected near the Russian camp. He describes it as a red organism that appears dormant in cold but becomes active when warmed. Claims it's unlike any lichen or moss he's encountered. Blackwood thinks it's dangerous and wants Ashford to destroy the samples, but Ashford insists it could be scientifically significant. They argued about it for hours. I sided with Blackwood. Anything that makes the Russians nervous should make us nervous too, but Ashford can be stubborn when he believes science is at stake." Watson looked up from the specimen notes he'd been examining, his expression troubled. "Holmes, I've found Ashford's descriptions of that same organism. He collected it from ice near what he calls the Russian facility. He doesn't elaborate on what that means. He notes that the samples appeared to contain bacterial or fungal matter that demonstrated unusual survival characteristics and unexpected chromatic properties. He was planning to bring samples back to London for further study. Did he succeed? Holmes asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. According to his final entry, dated August 1883, he packed several sealed vials of the organism in ice, intending to transport them to the British Museum upon return to England. He notes that proper refrigeration would be essential to prevent, and here he underlines the word twice. Premature activation. Holmes stood abruptly, moving to the boxes of photographic plates with Watson close behind. They lifted the first plate to the light streaming through the archive's tall windows, revealing a haunting image captured in shades of grey and black. The photograph showed the Greeley camp, crude shelters half buried in snow, gaunt men with hollow eyes staring at the camera with expressions that suggested survival had cost them something more fundamental than mere physical comfort. But it was the background of the image that held Holmes's attention. Visible beyond the camp, barely distinguishable from the general whiteness of the Arctic landscape, stood what appeared to be a more substantial structure. Not a tent or improvised shelter, but something that looked almost industrial. Smokestacks, or perhaps ventilation shafts, rose against the grey sky. "The Russian facility," Watson murmured. "It's real. What were they doing out there, Holmes? In the middle of nowhere in conditions that can barely sustain life?" Holmes selected another photographic plate, this one showing a closer view. The image was slightly blurred, as if taken hastily, or from a distance, but it clearly depicted several men in what appeared to be protective clothing emerging from the structure, and on the ground around them, visible even in the monochromatic medium of early photography, the snow appeared darker, stained or tinted in a way that made it stand out against the surrounding whiteness. "They were conducting experiments," Holmes said, his voice carrying the quiet certainty of deduction crystallizing into fact. "Biological experiments almost certainly, the kind of experiments that empires pursue in remote locations precisely because they're too dangerous to conduct near civilization. And our dead explorers, Henshaw, Ashford, Blackwood, Fairweather, they discovered it. They brought samples back, and now, 30-odd years later, those samples have come home to roost." A sound from the archive's entrance made them both turn. Pemberton stood in the doorway, his face pale, holding a sheaf of papers that trembled slightly in his hands. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "the access logs. You need to see them immediately. In the past 3 weeks, 7 people have accessed these Arctic materials. 4 of them, Henshaw, Ashford, Blackwood and Fairweather, are now dead. The other 3—" He paused, swallowing hard. The other 3 accessed the materials yesterday, after Fairweather's death, and one of them left a notation in the request form that I think you should see." He handed the papers to Holmes, who scanned them rapidly, his expression growing darker with each line. At the bottom of the 3rd page, written in a precise, almost mechanical script, someone had noted, "Collecting final documentation before departure. The ornithologist sends his regards to Mr. Holmes should he take interest." Watson felt his blood chill. Someone knew we would come here. Someone wanted us to find this. "Not someone," Holmes said quietly, his grey eyes hard as London stone. "Someone with intimate knowledge of the expedition, of the experiments, of what was brought back from Siberia. Someone who calls himself the ornithologist, a peculiar alias for someone involved in botanical or bacteriological research, unless—" He paused, turning to Pemberton. "These 3 names, do you have membership information? Photographs?" Pemberton nodded shakily and disappeared again into the stacks. Holmes turned to Watson, and in his friend's expression Watson saw something he had rarely encountered: uncertainty touched with what might have been concern. "We are not hunting a murderer, Watson. We are hunting someone who has weaponized nature itself, who has turned exploration into biological warfare, and who is somehow connected to both Imperial Russia and Victorian England's own sins of scientific ambition. And he knows we're coming." Outside, the crimson snow continued to fall, painting London in shades of warning that the city had not yet learned to read. The train to Cambridge departed Paddington Station, at 2:30, cutting through the winter afternoon with the determined rhythm of Victorian engineering, refusing to acknowledge that the weather had taken an unsettling turn. Holmes and Watson secured a first-class compartment, not out of preference for luxury but for the privacy it afforded, away from the speculative conversations that filled the third-class carriages, where passengers traded theories about the crimson snow with the enthusiasm of amateur meteorologists suddenly confronted with evidence that their field of study might contain mysteries after all. The countryside beyond London rolled past their window, transformed by the peculiar precipitation into something that resembled a watercolour painting where the artist had grown careless with the red pigments. Fields that should have been pristine white now carried a pinkish hue that made the landscape look feverish, as if the earth itself had fallen ill. Farmhouses dotted the route, their roofs dusted in crimson, smoke rising from chimneys in defiant grey columns that suggested the inhabitants had decided to carry on with a normal life, regardless of what colour the sky chose to deliver. Holmes sat with Pemberton's documents spread across his lap, the membership records for the 3 surviving individuals who had accessed the Arctic materials, along with additional files that the archivist had provided with the nervous energy of someone who had suddenly realised his archive might contain evidence of something considerably darker than geographical discovery. Watson occupied the opposite seat, reading through photographic plate descriptions while occasionally glancing at the strange landscape rushing past. "Dr. Yevgeny Volkov," Holmes said, breaking the silence that had held since they boarded. His finger traced the first document, a membership application from 1879 written in precise English, with the faint ghost of Russian syntax lurking beneath. Born 1845 in St. Petersburg, educated at the Imperial Academy of Sciences, specializing in extremophile biology, the study of organisms that survive in conditions that should be lethal, specifically bacteria and fungi that thrive in Arctic permafrost. Watson looked up from his reading. That's remarkably specific. Most naturalists of that era were generalists, a bit of botany, a bit of geology, whatever specimens happened to be available. Someone focusing exclusively on Arctic microorganisms suggests either exceptional vision or exceptional obsession. Or, Holmes suggested, exceptional funding for a very specific purpose. According to his membership application, Volkov was sponsored by the Imperial Russian Geographical Society and was conducting research on the preservation of biological materials in extreme cold and their potential applications to medicine and agriculture, which is the sort of deliberately vague language that institutions use when they're funding research they don't want to explain in detail. He pulled out another document. This one a newspaper clipping from the Times dated August 1884, yellowed with age and brittle at the edges. The headline read, "Russian scientist expelled from Imperial Academy. Allegations of unauthorized experiments." The article is frustratingly brief, Holmes continued, reading aloud. "Dr. Yevgeny Volkov, previously honoured member of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, has been expelled and exiled to Siberia following allegations of conducting unauthorized biological experiments. The nature of these experiments remains classified, but sources within the academy suggest they involved dangerous research that violated ethical protocols. Dr. Volkov reportedly maintained that his work was essential to Russian scientific advancement and that his persecution represents institutional timidity in the face of necessary innovation. Exiled to Siberia, Watson mused, which is rather like exiling a fish to the ocean if his specialty was Arctic biology. They sent him directly to his area of expertise. Indeed, though I suspect the exile was meant to be punitive regardless, Siberia in the 1880s was not merely a location but a punishment, a slow death by cold and isolation that the Tsarist government had perfected over centuries. But here is where our story becomes more interesting. Holmes extracted another clipping, this one from 1889. 5 years later, reports began appearing in European newspapers about an escaped exile who made his way across Siberia and eventually to England. The Russian government demanded extradition. The British Foreign Office equivocated in that peculiar way that suggests they found the situation diplomatically useful, and ultimately Volkov seems to have vanished into London's Russian émigré community. The train swayed slightly as it rounded a curve, the motion gentle enough to be soothing rather than disruptive. Through the window, Cambridge's spires were beginning to appear on the horizon, Gothic towers rising against the grey winter sky like accusations in stone. Reminders that knowledge and architecture had been intertwined in England since long before anyone thought to explore the Arctic or weaponize bacteria. So we have a disgraced Russian scientist, Watson summarized, exiled to Siberia for unauthorized experiments involving Arctic microorganisms, who then escapes and disappears into London's Russian community approximately 5 years ago. And now, men who participated in Arctic expeditions near Russian research facilities are dying of mysterious heart failure while snow falls red across the city. You omit one crucial detail, Holmes said, producing the final document from Pemberton's collection. According to the Royal Geographical Society's records, Dr. Volkov applied for membership in 1890, shortly after his arrival in England. His application was sponsored by none other than Dr. Robert Ashford, one of our deceased explorers. Ashford apparently met Volkov through London's scientific community and was fascinated by his research. The two collaborated on several papers about Arctic biology, though nothing that explicitly mentioned Ashford's specimen collection from the Greely expedition. Watson leaned forward, his expression troubled. "Are you suggesting that Ashford brought back contaminated samples from Siberia, connected with the exiled scientist who had been studying exactly those types of organisms, and then they worked together on research that somehow remained secret for years?" "I am suggesting," Holmes replied, "that we're dealing with a convergence of imperial ambition, scientific curiosity unbound by ethics, and the peculiar arrogance that allows men to believe they can control forces they barely understand." Volkov was conducting research for the Russian Empire, research dangerous enough to get him exiled even by Tsarist standards, which is saying something given their tolerance for brutality. Ashford brought back samples that Volkov recognized, and together they may have continued experiments that were too dangerous to conduct openly. The train pulled into Cambridge Station with a hiss of steam and the metallic shriek of brakes that seemed to announce their arrival to the entire city. The platform bustled with afternoon activity. Students in academic gowns hurrying between college and station, porters managing luggage with practiced efficiency, and vendors selling hot tea and meat pies to travellers who looked like they needed warming against both the cold and the inexplicable colour of the snow. Holmes and Watson emerged into Cambridge proper, that peculiar city where medieval architecture housed modern knowledge and where every street seemed to lead either to a college, a church, or a pub where generations of scholars had debated whether the two were functionally equivalent. The crimson snow had accumulated here as well, dusting King's College Chapel and the Bridge of Sighs in the same unsettling pink that now characterised all of England, or at least all of it that Holmes had seen since yesterday morning. Their destination was not the university itself, but rather a nondescript building on the outskirts of the city centre, an address that Holmes had extracted from contacts within British intelligence, contacts he maintained for precisely these sorts of occasions, when official channels proved insufficient and unofficial channels proved necessary. The building bore no sign, no indication of its purpose, merely a street number and a door painted in the same bureaucratic green that characterized government offices throughout the Empire. Holmes knocked twice, paused, then knocked once more, a sequence that seemed arbitrary but was apparently meaningful to whoever monitored the entrance. The door opened to reveal a man in his 50s, grey-haired and grey-suited, with the sort of face that specialised in revealing nothing while observing everything. "Mr. Holmes," the man said, his voice carrying the cultivated neutrality of someone who had spent decades in intelligence work. "Dr. Watson, we've been expecting you. Colonel Morrison suggested you might take interest in the Volkov matter, given recent meteorological peculiarities. Please, come in." The interior proved as nondescript as the exterior. A waiting room with chairs no one was meant to find comfortable, walls painted in colours designed to discourage lingering, and the faint smell of old paper and older secrets that seemed to permeate every government building regardless of its official purpose or unofficial function. Their guide led them through a corridor and into an office where files were stacked with military precision, and a map of the Russian Empire dominated one wall, marked with pins and notations in what appeared to be a cipher. "I am Mr. Whitmore," their host said, settling behind a desk that had seen decades of service and bore the scars to prove it. "I coordinate certain activities related to Russian affairs. Dr. Volkov has been a person of interest to Her Majesty's government since his arrival in England, though we've maintained what you might call a watchful distance. The Foreign Office prefers that Russian exiles remain alive and in London rather than dead or extradited. They serve as useful reminders to the Tsar about the limits of his reach." Holmes sat without invitation, a gesture that Whitmore seemed to expect rather than resent. "Then you know where Volkov is, and presumably you know what he's been doing for the past 5 years." "We know where he was," Whitmore corrected. "Up until approximately 3 weeks ago, Dr. Volkov resided in Whitechapel, in the Russian émigré community, and worked as a consultant to various pharmaceutical companies interested in cold preservation techniques. He kept to himself, published occasional papers in obscure scientific journals, and gave no indication of continuing his more controversial research. We monitored him, as we monitor most Russian exiles of scientific background, but he seemed to have genuinely reformed." "And 3 weeks ago," Watson prompted. "3 weeks ago he disappeared, abandoned his lodgings, ceased contact with his few associates, and vanished as thoroughly as a man can vanish in London if he knows the city and has resources. We've been searching, naturally, but London has a way of hiding those who wish to remain hidden." Holmes's expression suggested he had expected precisely this answer. 3 weeks ago was approximately when the first of our Arctic explorers died. Lieutenant Henshaw, December 5th, followed by Ashford, Blackwood, and Fairweather at regular intervals. "Tell me, Mr. Whitmore, what exactly was Volkov researching for the Russian Empire? The official version is vague to the point of uselessness." Whitmore stood and moved to the map of Russia, his finger tracing the northern coastline where Siberia met the Arctic Ocean. In the late 1870s, the Russian military became interested in biological weapons, not in the crude sense of poisoning wells or contaminating food supplies, which any medieval army could accomplish, but in more sophisticated applications. They wanted organisms that could be dispersed over large areas, that would appear natural, that could incapacitate enemy populations without the political complications of overt warfare. "Chemical weapons disguised as natural phenomena," Watson said quietly, his medical training giving him insight into exactly how horrifying such research would be. "Disease outbreaks that appear spontaneous, epidemics that conveniently strike only certain populations." Precisely. Volkov was brilliant, arguably the best microbiologist in Russia, possibly in all of Europe. The Imperial Academy gave him unlimited funding and complete freedom to pursue research in Siberian permafrost, where ancient microorganisms remain preserved in ice, dormant but viable. His goal was to find organisms that could be revived, cultivated, and deployed. Holmes's fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes distant with thought. But something went wrong. The experiments became too dangerous even by Russian military standards, and Volkov was exiled rather than executed, which suggests his work was valuable enough to preserve, even while the man himself became expendable. "According to our intelligence," Whitmore continued, "Volkov succeeded too well. He found organisms in the permafrost that were more dangerous than anticipated. Bacteria or fungi that could survive in extreme cold, that could be dispersed through precipitation and that produced symptoms resembling natural disease. But they were unstable, unpredictable. Some of his test subjects died, others survived but showed delayed effects. The Russian military wanted a weapon they could control. What Volkov gave them was a weapon that controlled itself. So they exiled him and shut down the research facility, Holmes said. But not before British explorers in the region, the Greeley expedition, discovered what was happening and brought back samples. Ashford specifically, given his botanical interests and his tendency to collect specimens. Whitmore nodded slowly. We believe Dr. Ashford brought back contaminated materials, yes, possibly without fully understanding what he had. When Volkov arrived in England, Ashford would have been one of the few people who could recognise the significance of those samples. They began working together quietly, outside official channels. Working toward what end? Watson asked. Continuing the research, trying to destroy the organisms, creating an antidote. That, Whitmore admitted, is what we don't know. Their collaboration was careful, conducted in private. No laboratory records, no official papers, nothing that would attract attention. But we know they met regularly, that Ashford provided Volkov with specimens, and that Volkov was extremely interested in Ashford's detailed notes about the Russian facility's location and operation. Holmes rose and approached the map, studying the Northern Territories with the focused attention of a man reading a murder confession written in geography. Is the facility still operational? We don't know. The Russians have become more sophisticated about hiding their research programs. But given current tensions between our empires, given the ongoing competition for Arctic territories and the resources they contain, it would be strategically naive to assume they abandoned such research entirely. A clock on the wall ticked steadily, marking seconds that felt suddenly precious given the implications spreading through the conversation, like the crimson snow spreading through London. Watson stood as well, moving to join Holmes at the map, and together they stared at the vast whiteness of Siberia, where secrets remained frozen and where ambition outpaced ethics with the approval of empires that valued power more than prudence. Volkov is in London, Holmes said finally, turning from the map to face Whitmore directly. He has been cultivating Ashford's specimens for years, improving them, stabilising them, and understanding them in ways the Russian military never allowed him to. And now he's using them. The explorers are dying because they destroyed his original research facility during their expedition. Revenge for scientific work they helped interrupt. The red snow is his delivery system, his way of demonstrating that he has succeeded where both British and Russian oversight demanded he fail. A biological weapon dispersed through weather, Watson breathed. Good God, Holmes, the entire city could be at risk. Everyone who comes in contact with the snow is potentially exposed, Holmes finished, though the mechanism remains unclear. Why are only the explorers dying? Why hasn't there been a widespread outbreak? Unless... He paused, his expression shifting as new deductions clicked into place. Unless the current release is merely a test, a demonstration, Volkov is showing us what he can do, proving his weapon works before making demands or attempting a larger dispersal. Whitmore's face had gone pale. Mr. Holmes, if what you're suggesting is accurate, we're facing a threat that makes conventional warfare look civilized by comparison. A madman with a biological weapon that appears as natural snowfall, he could hold the entire city hostage, the entire country potentially. Not a madman, Holmes corrected quietly. A genius with a grievance, which is considerably more dangerous. Madmen are unpredictable. Geniuses with grievances are methodical. They plan. They refine. They wait for precisely the right moment to demonstrate that the world was wrong to dismiss them. He turned to Watson, and in his friend's face Watson saw the determination that characterized Holmes at his most focused. The moment when the hunt became not merely interesting, but urgent. When intellectual exercise transformed into a moral imperative. We need to find Volkov before he releases whatever he's been perfecting. We need to find his laboratory, his specimens, his dispersal mechanism, and we need to understand exactly what organism he's weaponized, because without that knowledge, we cannot stop it, counter it, or protect the population from exposure. Outside the window, Cambridge continued its afternoon routines beneath crimson snow, unaware that the peculiar weather represented not a meteorological anomaly, but the opening move in a game whose stakes involved every living person in London and possibly beyond. The city's spires rose against the darkening sky, Gothic and eternal, monuments to knowledge that had not yet learned that some discoveries come with prices too high to pay. The hunt, as Holmes had said earlier, was running ahead of them. Now they would have to sprint to catch it before the snow fell red enough to drown the city entirely. Night had settled over London by the time Holmes and Watson returned from Cambridge, bringing with it the peculiar darkness that winter afternoons surrender to without much resistance. The train journey back had been spent in contemplative silence, both men absorbed in their own thoughts about Russian scientists, biological weapons, and the increasingly urgent question of how to find a man who had spent 5 years perfecting the art of invisibility within one of the world's largest cities. But invisibility, as Holmes had observed during the journey, was never absolute. Every person left traces in their habits, their needs, their connections to the physical world that sustained them. Volkov would need laboratory space, equipment, and a source of specimens to continue his cultivation work. He would need access to the materials required for dispersing his organism across London. And most importantly, he would need a location that offered both secrecy and the specific environmental conditions necessary for working with microorganisms that thrived in the cold. It was this last consideration that led them, as evening deepened toward night, to the Royal Botanic Gardens at Kew. The gardens sprawled across 300 acres on the Thames's southern bank, a carefully curated collection of the world's plant life assembled through centuries of botanical imperialism. Here were specimens from every corner of the empire and beyond, tropical palms that would never survive English winters, Arctic plants clinging to existence in refrigerated enclosures, rare orchids whose survival required precise humidity and temperature controls. The gardens represented both scientific achievement and a peculiar form of colonialism, the belief that Britain could and should possess living samples of every ecosystem on Earth, preserved under glass and iron for study, classification, and the quiet assertion of dominance over nature itself. But it was the palm house that drew Holmes's attention, that vast cathedral of glass and iron erected in 1848, a structure that housed tropical climates within its curved walls while London's weather raged impotently outside. The palm house represented Victorian engineering's triumph over geography, creating micro-environments that could support life from distant latitudes. And more relevantly for their current investigation, it represented a location where someone with knowledge of botanical systems could potentially hide equipment, establish a concealed laboratory, and work undisturbed among the thousands of plant specimens that received far more attention than the building's mechanical systems or storage areas. They approached the gardens as closing time neared, the winter darkness already complete despite the hour being barely past 5 o'clock. The main gate stood open still, though the ticket booth was shuttered and the paths showed evidence of recent sweeping, groundskeepers preparing to secure the facility for the night. The crimson snow had accumulated here as well, covering the pathways and collecting in drifts against the palmhouse's glass walls, creating the unsettling impression that the great conservatory was blushing in the darkness. "We're expected to believe," Watson said quietly as they approached the palmhouse entrance, "that a Russian exile managed to establish a secret laboratory in one of Britain's most prominent scientific institutions without anyone noticing?" "I expect," Holmes replied, "that institutions like Kew are perfect for concealment precisely because everyone assumes they're too prominent, too well monitored. Security focuses on preventing theft of valuable specimens or vandalism by the public. Who would think to check whether someone with legitimate scientific credentials had established unauthorized research in unused storage areas, especially if that someone had spent 5 years building relationships, establishing trust, becoming part of the landscape?" They reached the palmhouse entrance to find it unlocked, not carelessly left open, but deliberately accessible, as if someone had anticipated their arrival and wished to facilitate it. Holmes paused at the threshold, one hand on the ornate iron door handle, his expression suggesting he was calculating probabilities and finding none of them particularly comforting. "He knows we're coming," Watson observed unnecessarily. "He's known since we visited the Royal Geographical Society. The ornithologist sends his regards, remember? He left that message specifically to ensure we would follow this trail. The question is whether he's inviting us here to negotiate, to demonstrate his work, or to eliminate two people who have become inconveniently curious." Holmes drew a breath, then pushed the door open. "Regardless, we cannot turn back now. Whatever Volkov is planning reaches its culmination soon. The pattern of death suggests acceleration, and the snow's increasing intensity suggests he's preparing for a larger release." The palmhouse's interior was a world transformed, warm, humid, alive with the scent of earth and growing things and that peculiar organic smell of decomposition and renewal happening simultaneously. The temperature shift from winter cold to tropical warmth was immediate and disorienting, like stepping through a portal into a different season, a different continent. The glass walls and ceiling arched overhead, disappearing into shadows above where the building's iron framework created a geometric skeleton, supporting thousands of glass panes. Palms rose around them like columns in a living cathedral, their fronds spreading overhead to create a canopy that filtered what little light penetrated from the gas lamps positioned along the walkways. Between the palms grew smaller tropical plants, ferns and orchids and flowering species whose names Watson didn't know, but whose beauty needed no identification. The paths wound through this manufactured jungle in carefully planned curves, designed to give visitors the impression of exploration, while never allowing them to become truly lost. But Holmes did not follow the designated paths. Instead, he moved toward the building's western side, where the palmhouse's curve created alcoves and spaces less visible from the main walkways. Watson followed. His medical bag carried more from habit than any specific expectation of needing it, though, given the circumstances, he found himself grateful for its familiar weight. They navigated through increasing darkness. The gas lamps here were fewer, dimmer, as if this section received less maintenance, or perhaps was deliberately kept shadowed. The plants grew denser, more wild, as if the gardeners allowed nature slightly more freedom in areas where visitors rarely ventured. The humidity intensified until Watson could feel moisture condensing on his coat, his breath coming heavy in air that felt more like liquid than gas. And then they found it, a door, painted green to blend with the foliage, set into the palmhouse's foundation, and marked only with a small brass plate reading "Mechanical Systems, Authorized Personnel Only." The sort of door that thousands of visitors had likely walked past without noticing, assuming it led to nothing more interesting than boilers and ventilation equipment. Holmes tested the handle, unlocked, like the entrance. He exchanged a glance with Watson, who had drawn his service revolver with the smooth motion of a man who had performed that action in considerably more dangerous situations than a botanical garden. "Ready?" Holmes asked quietly. "I suppose we're about to discover whether botany and biology are more closely related than I learned in medical school," Watson replied, attempting levity while his hand remained steady on the revolver's grip. The door opened onto stairs descending into darkness broken only by the faint glow of what appeared to be electric lights, remarkable in itself, given that most of London still relied on gas. Holmes produced a small electric torch from his coat pocket, a recent acquisition that Watson had privately considered an unnecessary expense until precisely this moment, and directed its beam downward. The stairs were stone, worn smooth by decades of use, descending deeper than seemed necessary for maintaining heating equipment. The air grew cooler as they descended, not cold but a controlled temperature that suggested deliberate climate management rather than natural conditions. The walls showed evidence of recent renovation, new piping, modern insulation, equipment that looked far too sophisticated for simple building maintenance. At the bottom, perhaps 20 feet below the palmhouse's main level, the stairs opened into a corridor that had been carved from London's underlying clay and reinforced with brick arches. The electric lights here were brighter, revealing a passageway that extended in both directions, toward the palmhouse's centre and toward its outer walls. The floor was clean, recently swept, and the air carried a sharp antiseptic smell that overlaid something else, something organic and vaguely unpleasant that Watson's medical training identified as biological material in various stages of growth or decay. Holmes chose the path leading toward the building's centre, moving with cautious deliberation, while Watson maintained position slightly behind and to the right, providing cover and keeping his revolver ready. The corridor brought them to a heavy door fitted with modern locks, all currently open, and beyond it, a space that made Watson's breath catch, despite years of medical training that should have injured him to shocking sights. The room was a laboratory, but unlike any laboratory Watson had encountered in medical schools or research facilities. The space occupied what must have been a vast basement chamber beneath the palmhouse's centre, its ceiling arching overhead in brick vaults that spoke of Victorian engineering, creating spaces for purposes the original architects might never have imagined. But it was the room's contents that commanded attention. Glass enclosures lined the walls, each one maintaining different environmental conditions, some frosted with cold, others humid with tropical warmth, still others filled with what appeared to be nothing but carefully controlled air. Within these enclosures grew organisms that ranged from recognizable plants to things that looked like neither plant nor animal, but something in between. Many displayed the characteristic crimson coloration that Watson now associated with the snow falling outside, though here the red appeared in different forms: coatings on ice samples, growths on plant material, films spreading across nutrient media. Laboratory benches occupied the centre of the room, covered with equipment that represented the cutting edge of microbiological research: microscopes of sophisticated design, incubation chambers, distillation apparatus, and devices whose purpose Watson could only guess. Notebooks lay open on one bench, their pages covered in neat Cyrillic script with occasional English annotations, detailed sketches of cellular structures, and what appeared to be cultivation protocols written with the precision of someone for whom a single mistake might prove catastrophic. And at the far end of the laboratory, standing beside a large glass enclosure filled with crimson-tinged ice, stood a man who could only be Dr. Yevgeny Volkov. He was perhaps 60 years old, though hardship made precise aging difficult, the kind of lean, weathered appearance that spoke of years spent in harsh conditions where comfort was scarce and survival required constant vigilance. His hair was grey, worn long enough to brush his collar, and his beard showed the same grey with occasional streaks of the black it must have been in youth. He wore a laboratory coat over simple clothing, and his hands, currently holding a glass beaker containing pink liquid, showed the chemical stains and small scars of someone who worked constantly with materials that occasionally proved hostile to human tissue. But it was his eyes that held Watson's attention. Pale blue, intelligent, and carrying an expression that combined scientific fascination with something that might have been sorrow or regret, or perhaps the peculiar satisfaction of someone who has finally been given an opportunity to demonstrate work they've perfected in secret. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes," Volkov said, his English heavily accented but grammatically precise, the product of someone who had learned the language through rigorous study rather than casual exposure. "Dr. John Watson, I have been expecting you since you visited the Royal Geographical Society this afternoon. Mr. Pemberton sent word, though I suspect he does not realise he did so. His habit of immediately consulting certain government contacts when unusual inquiries are made is well documented and entirely predictable." Holmes lowered his electric torch slightly, though Watson noticed his friend's posture remained alert, ready for sudden movement. "You left the message knowing we would come, the ornithologist, a reference to your work with avian dispersal mechanisms for bacterial agents, or merely a romantic pseudonym?" A slight smile touched Volkov's weathered face. "You're as perceptive as reputation suggests. Both, actually. During my work for the Imperial Academy, I studied how Arctic birds carry microorganisms across vast distances, spreading them through their migrations. It seemed an appropriate identifier for someone whose life's work involves understanding how nature distributes its smallest inhabitants. "And how you have learned to weaponize that distribution," Watson said, his revolver still trained on Volkov, though the scientist seemed entirely unconcerned by its presence. "The explorers are dead because of you, Captain Fairweather, Commander Blackwood, Dr. Ashford, Lieutenant Henshaw, all killed by organisms you've cultivated." Volkov set down the beaker with careful precision, his movements deliberate and controlled. "Killed? No, Dr. Watson. They killed themselves, in a manner of speaking. 28 years ago, during the Greely expedition's unauthorized incursion into Siberian waters, those men discovered my research facility. They could have reported it through diplomatic channels, could have allowed international negotiations to address the matter. Instead, they chose direct action." He moved to one of the glass enclosures, his hand resting gently against its cold surface. "They destroyed 3 years of work, burned my laboratory, released organisms into the environment without understanding what they were releasing, and in the process they killed 6 of my research assistants who were trapped inside when your British explorers decided that Russian science was their enemy. So this is revenge," Holmes said quietly. "Revenge for a facility destroyed and colleagues killed during what was essentially an act of espionage and sabotage. This is justice," Volkov corrected, his voice hardening. "Justice delayed by exile, by poverty, by years of rebuilding what your compatriots destroyed. Dr. Ashford brought back samples, unknowingly contaminated, carrying dormant organisms that he preserved because they were scientifically interesting. When I arrived in England and discovered he possessed materials from my original research, I saw opportunity. Not for revenge, Mr. Holmes, but for completion. Watson's medical training asserted itself despite the circumstances. Does the organism cause delayed cardiac failure? Some sort of bacterial or fungal agent that remains dormant until activated? Remarkably astute, Volkov said, turning to face them fully. The organism is a bacterial species that exists naturally in Siberian permafrost, preserved for perhaps millions of years. It has evolved remarkable survival characteristics: dormancy in extreme cold, activation in warmer temperatures, and the ability to produce compounds that affect mammalian cardiac tissue. In nature, it likely helps decompose frozen animal remains when seasonal thaws occur. Under controlled cultivation, it becomes something far more interesting. He gestured to the crimson-tinted enclosures around them. The red coloration is a byproduct of iron compounds the bacteria uses in its metabolism. Essentially, it breathes iron the way we breathe oxygen. When dispersed in snow or ice, it remains dormant. When it contacts warmer environments, human body temperature for instance, it activates, multiplies, and begins producing its characteristic compounds. Which causes heart failure, Watson said, understanding crystallizing with horrifying clarity. The explorers were exposed 28 years ago. The organism established itself in their bodies, remained dormant or low level for decades, and then you reactivated it somehow? Through the red snow? Volkov nodded slowly, his expression suggesting a teacher pleased that his student had grasped a complex concept. Through the red snow, yes, a massive exposure that triggered the dormant infections they'd been carrying for years. The organism recognized its own kind in the environment and responded by accelerating its reproductive cycle within their bodies. The result: acute cardiac stress, system failure, death within hours of exposure. And the rest of London, Holmes asked, his voice carrying a dangerous quiet. Everyone who has touched this crimson snow, are they now infected? Carrying dormant bacteria that you can activate at will? Some are infected, yes, perhaps thousands. But the organism is not universally virulent. It requires specific conditions, specific blood chemistry, specific immune responses. Most people will experience nothing worse than mild flu-like symptoms as their bodies eliminate the bacteria naturally. But those with the right conditions. Volkov paused, letting the implication settle. They become potential carriers, potential victims, potential demonstrations of what can happen when empires play with forces they cannot control. Watson felt cold despite the laboratory's carefully maintained temperature. You're threatening biological warfare, holding the entire city hostage with an organism that most people can survive, but that you can potentially make lethal to anyone you choose. I am demonstrating, Volkov corrected, what your British explorers unleashed 28 years ago when they destroyed my facility, without understanding the consequences. The organisms they released into the Siberian environment have been spreading naturally ever since, carried by wind and water and animal migration. The Arctic is contaminated with bacteria your own people helped free. I am simply showing you what that contamination means. He moved back to the bench and lifted one of the notebooks, opening it to reveal detailed sketches of bacterial colonies, alongside charts showing infection rates and transmission vectors. I have spent 5 years perfecting my understanding of this organism, learning to control it, to cultivate it, to deploy it with precision. The 4 explorers were a demonstration, proof that I can target specific individuals, that the organism responds to my commands, that what was destroyed can be rebuilt. And what now? Holmes asked, his grey eyes studying Volkov with the focused intensity of someone reading a complex text in an unfamiliar language. You've proven your point. You've taken your revenge. The explorers are dead. But you didn't bring us here merely to confess. You want something. Volkov closed the notebook and met Holmes's gaze directly. I want recognition. I want the British government to acknowledge what their explorers did in Siberia. I want compensation for my destroyed research and my murdered colleagues, and I want to guarantee that I can continue my work without interference. Not as a weapon, Mr. Holmes, but as science. This organism has medical applications, potential benefits that could justify its danger if properly studied. You're trying to negotiate, Watson said incredulously, using biological terrorism as leverage to force the government to fund your research? "I am trying to prevent catastrophe," Volkov replied, and for the first time Watson heard genuine emotion in the scientist's voice. "The organism is already spreading through London. Not everywhere, not catastrophically, but present, growing, adapting. If I cannot continue studying it, understanding it, developing countermeasures, then eventually it will mutate beyond my control. The red snow is my controlled release, carefully measured, specifically targeted, but nature does not respect control. Eventually the bacteria will evolve, and when it does, no one will be able to stop it." Holmes had moved closer during this speech, studying the laboratory's equipment with the keen attention of someone memorizing details for later analysis. "You're offering protection money," he observed. "Pay me and I'll keep the monster leashed. Refuse, and the monster eats everyone. It's extortion dressed in scientific justification." "It is reality," Volkov said flatly. "The British Empire destroyed my facility, my life's work, my colleagues. Now I offer a choice. Acknowledge that destruction, make amends, and allow me to continue research that could save millions, or refuse, and watch as what you helped unleash consumes your city from within." The laboratory fell silent except for the quiet hum of electric equipment and the subtle sounds of organisms growing in their controlled environments. Outside, beyond the brick walls and glass ceilings and layers of earth, the crimson snow continued falling across London, marking the city with a question that now demanded an answer. How much was safety worth? And who decided the price? Watson kept his revolver trained on Volkov, but he could see in Holmes's expression that the situation had become far more complicated than simply apprehending a criminal. They were facing a man who had weaponized knowledge itself, who understood that information about biological threats could be as dangerous as the threats themselves, and who had positioned himself as both the problem and the potential solution. "You said the organism will mutate eventually," Holmes said quietly. "How long do we have?" Volkov's pale eyes reflected the laboratory's electric lights. "Perhaps weeks, perhaps months. The bacteria is adapting to warmer environments even now. Soon it won't require snow as a dispersal mechanism. It will spread through water, through air, through contact. And when that happens, Mr. Holmes, no negotiation will matter. The only question will be whether anyone still remembers that it was your compatriots who opened this particular Pandora's box 28 years ago." The silence that followed felt heavy with implications that neither Holmes nor Watson were prepared to fully confront. They had come seeking a murderer, and found instead something far more complicated. A grievance with merit, a threat with foundation, and a scientist who had learned that revenge and research could be made to serve each other with terrible efficiency. The standoff in the laboratory beneath the palm house lasted for perhaps 10 seconds, time enough for Watson to calculate firing angles, for Holmes to assess escape routes, and for Volkov to measure whether the two men before him understood the full implications of what he had just revealed. The electric lights hummed their continuous note, the glass enclosures maintained their varied temperatures with mechanical precision, and somewhere in the building above them, the palm house's ventilation system breathed warm air into tropical spaces while London's winter pressed against the glass from outside. It was Holmes who broke the silence, his voice carrying that particular quality of someone who had reached a conclusion and was now testing its validity through articulation. "You're lying," he said simply. Volkov's expression shifted slightly, not quite a surprise, but perhaps the recalibration that occurs when an expected reaction fails to materialize. "Lying about what specifically? My research is documented in these notebooks, the organisms are visible in these enclosures, and the deaths of 4 men are recorded in Scotland Yard's files. Which particular truth do you find implausible?" "All of it," Holmes replied, moving closer to the nearest glass enclosure and examining its contents, with the focused attention of someone reading evidence, rather than merely observing specimens. "Or rather, the truth you're presenting is accurate in its details, but fundamentally dishonest in its construction. You're not negotiating from a position of strength, you're negotiating from desperation. The organism isn't spreading uncontrollably through London. If it were, we'd be seeing widespread illness, hospitals overwhelmed, panic in the streets. Instead, we have 4 dead explorers, peculiar snow, and a city that's confused but not catastrophically endangered." Watson kept his revolver trained on Volkov but allowed himself a glance at Holmes, recognizing the tone that meant his friend's deductive machinery had engaged fully, and was now dismantling carefully constructed deceptions with the efficiency of a surgeon removing diseased tissue. Furthermore, Holmes continued, his finger tracing the frost patterns on the glass enclosure, your claim that the organism will mutate and become uncontrollable is theatrical fear-mongering rather than scientific prediction. Bacteria do mutate, certainly, but not on convenient timelines that support negotiation tactics. If this organism were genuinely as dangerous and adaptable as you suggest, the Russian Empire would never have allowed you to live after your exile, let alone permitted you to escape to England. They would have eliminated both you and your research rather than risk it falling into rival hands. Volkov's weathered face had gone carefully neutral, the expression of someone who had spent years perfecting the ability to reveal nothing, while his mind raced through revised calculations. You're making assumptions based on insufficient data, Mr. Holmes. I am making deductions based on what you've inadvertently revealed through both your words and your laboratory, Holmes corrected. He gestured to the glass enclosures lining the walls. These are not the tools of someone preparing for massive biological dispersal. They're the equipment of someone conducting careful, limited research. Your cultivation chambers are small-scale, suitable for studying specimens and perhaps producing enough material for targeted applications, like killing 4 specific individuals who were already infected decades ago, but wholly inadequate for the kind of city-wide contamination you're threatening. Watson was beginning to understand where Holmes's reasoning led, though the full picture remained incomplete. The red snow isn't spreading infection. It's triggering existing infections. The explorers were contaminated 28 years ago when they destroyed Volkov's facility. They've been carrying dormant bacteria ever since, probably in such small quantities that it caused no symptoms, but when exposed to the massive concentration in the red snow, the dormant infections activated catastrophically, Holmes finished, which means Dr. Volkov has successfully killed the 4 men who destroyed his original research, but he cannot threaten London's general population with anything approaching the catastrophe he's suggesting. The thousands of people you claim are infected? Perhaps true, but the infection will remain dormant without specific triggering conditions that you cannot replicate on a large scale. You lack the resources, the equipment, and quite probably the complete understanding of your own organism to do what you're threatening. Volkov stood silent for a long moment, his pale eyes moving between Holmes and Watson with an expression that combined respect, resignation, and something that might have been relief. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost the theatrical edge of negotiation and carried instead a weary honesty. You are correct, of course. I cannot threaten London. I can barely threaten Kew Gardens. He moved to one of the laboratory benches and sat heavily, suddenly looking every one of his 60 years. The equipment you see here represents 5 years of work funded by giving lectures to pharmaceutical companies, consulting on cold storage techniques, and saving every spare shilling. It is sophisticated enough to culture the organism, to study its properties, to create concentrated doses for specific applications. But it is not, could never be, sufficient for weaponized dispersal across a city. Watson lowered his revolver slightly, though he kept it ready. The threat level had shifted from immediate danger to something more complex. A man who had exhausted his options and was now facing the consequences of choices made in desperation and grief. The red snow, Holmes said, settling into a chair opposite Volkov with the casual posture of someone sitting down for afternoon tea rather than confronting a man who had committed multiple murders. How did you achieve it? The coverage is too extensive for manual distribution, too consistent for natural contamination. A ghost of pride touched Volkov's expression. The scientist unable to completely suppress satisfaction in his technical achievement, even while acknowledging its ultimate futility. The Thames, he said simply, and London's water management system. The bacteria is dispersed through carefully calculated points in the river and its tributaries. When water evaporates, it carries microscopic bacterial spores into the atmosphere. When that moisture condenses into snow, it brings the bacteria with it. The red coloration is visible because I cultivated a strain that overproduces the iron compounds, not because it's necessary for the organism's function, but because I wanted the dispersal to be noticed, to be impossible to ignore. A calling card, Watson observed. You wanted credit for the explorers' deaths. I wanted people to know this wasn't natural, wasn't random. I wanted them to know that actions have consequences, Volkov replied, his accented English carrying decades of bitterness. that empires cannot simply destroy what they choose and walk away unpunished. The British explorers came into Russian waters, found my research facility, and decided they had the right to burn it, to kill my colleagues, to destroy work that represented years of effort. And for 28 years, nothing. No acknowledgement, no consequences, no justice. They returned to England, gave lectures about their Arctic adventures, were celebrated as heroes while my colleagues' bodies still lie frozen in Siberian permafrost. Holmes's fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes studying Volkov with that peculiar mixture of analytical distance and unexpected empathy that Watson had learned characterised his friend's approach to criminals, whose motives, if not their methods, contained some kernel of justified grievance. "So you tracked them," Holmes said quietly. "Spent 5 years locating each one, learning their habits, their health conditions, their vulnerabilities, discovered that they still carried traces of contamination from the original exposure, bacterial dormancy preserved in their bodies like memory preserved in tissue, and you engineered a reactivation trigger distributed through weather that would appear natural while simultaneously announcing itself as artificial, revenge that could not be ignored but could not quite be proven, elegant in its way." "Elegant," Volkov repeated, the word seeming to amuse him darkly. "Yes, I suppose that is one characterization. Another might be futile, because now you are here, now Scotland Yard knows, now the British government will be informed, and I will be arrested, tried and hanged for murders that pale in significance compared to what was done to me and mine. The Empire's justice dispensed with the certainty that comes from writing history in the victor's language." The laboratory fell silent again, but this silence felt different, less tense than contemplative, as if all three men were trying to navigate the moral complexities of a situation where traditional categories of guilt and innocence had become insufficient frameworks for understanding. Watson holstered his revolver, a decision that drew sharp looks from both Holmes and Volkov. "I'm a doctor," he explained, his tone matter-of-fact. "I took an oath to preserve life when possible, and while you've killed 4 men, murdered them, let's not obscure that fact, you've also created a situation where arresting you might condemn thousands of people to potential danger if your organism truly is spreading and mutating as you've suggested." "A possibility I've greatly exaggerated," Volkov admitted, "but not entirely invented. The bacteria is in London's water system now. Small quantities, probably harmless to most people, but present. Without continued study, without someone monitoring its behaviour and development, there is a non-zero chance it could evolve into something more dangerous. Not likely, perhaps, but possible." Holmes rose from his chair and began pacing the laboratory, his long strides eating the space between equipment benches, while his mind visibly worked through possibilities. Watson recognised this mode, the moment when his friend stopped merely solving the immediate puzzle and began considering larger implications, strategic rather than tactical thinking. "The samples Dr. Ashford brought back from Siberia," Holmes said, stopping beside one of the glass enclosures. "You've been working with them for 5 years. You understand this organism better than anyone alive, possibly better than anyone who has ever studied it. What would be required to eliminate it from London's water system, or at least to render it harmless?" Volkov stood as well, drawn despite himself into the intellectual problem. "Temperature," he said immediately. "The organism thrives in cold, survives in moderate temperatures, but dies rapidly in sustained warmth above 15 degrees Celsius. If London experiences a prolonged thaw, if the snow melts, if the water temperature rises even slightly, the bacteria will die off naturally within days. It evolved for Arctic conditions, for permafrost and ice. English winter is barely cold enough to sustain it, and English spring will be fatal to it." "So the solution," Watson said slowly, understanding crystallizing, "is simply to wait for warmer weather? Will the coming thaw eliminate the threat naturally?" "The coming thaw will eliminate most of it," Volkov corrected, "but bacteria are adaptive. Some small percentage will survive, will find microenvironments cold enough to persist, and will potentially mutate to tolerate warmer conditions. Given enough time, years, perhaps decades, it could establish itself as part of London's normal bacterial ecosystem. A low-level presence that causes occasional illness but nothing catastrophic." Holmes had moved to Volkov's notebooks and was paging through them with the careful attention of someone who could read Cyrillic and understand scientific notation in any language. "You've documented countermeasures here, potential treatments, ways to accelerate bacterial die-off, methods for identifying infected individuals before symptoms become fatal. This isn't the work of someone planning biological terrorism, it's the work of someone trying to understand and control a dangerous organism. Because that is what I am, Volkov said. And for the first time Watson heard genuine anguish beneath the scientist's controlled exterior. I am not a monster, Mr. Holmes, though I have done monstrous things. I am a researcher who saw his life's work destroyed, his colleagues killed, and who spent 28 years reconstructing what was lost while the men responsible lived comfortably in London, celebrated for their heroism. The revenge was necessary. For my soul, if nothing else. But the research? The research was always the point. Understanding this organism, its potential benefits as well as its dangers, the knowledge it represents about life surviving in impossible conditions. Watson found himself in the peculiar position of sympathizing with a multiple murderer, a moral complexity that his military and medical experience should have prepared him for, but which still felt uncomfortably destabilizing. The explorers, he said quietly, they destroyed your facility. But did they know what they were destroying? Did they understand the research was scientific rather than purely military? Volkov's expression hardened. They knew enough to be afraid. They found my facility, saw the containment protocols, the biological specimens, the military presence, and they made assumptions, not entirely wrong assumptions, I admit, that the research was weapons development, which it was, at least partially. The Imperial Academy funded my work because of its potential military applications, but it was also pure science, Dr. Watson, understanding life at its most extreme, discovering organisms that challenge our definitions of what's possible. And the military applications, Holmes asked, looking up from the notebooks. Were you developing a weapon? I was developing knowledge, Volkov replied, the distinction apparently important to him. Whether that knowledge became a weapon depended on decisions made by people far above my position. I was told to study the organism, to understand its properties, to determine if it could be controlled and deployed. I did that work because it meant resources for research that fascinated me. If that makes me complicit in weapon development, then yes, I am guilty. But so is every scientist who has ever accepted government funding, every researcher who has published findings that could be weaponized, every doctor who has studied diseases that others might use for harm. Holmes closed the notebook and returned it carefully to its place on the bench. A reasonable argument that will impress exactly no one when you're standing trial for murder. The law, Dr. Volkov, is not designed to navigate the moral complexities of science funded by imperial ambition. It will see 4 dead men and 1 living murderer, and it will seek the traditional resolution regardless of historical context or scientific justification. I am aware, Volkov said simply. I was aware when I began this project that it would likely end in my arrest or death. I proceeded anyway because some actions demand response even when the response is ultimately futile. The explorers died knowing, I made certain they knew, left evidence at each death scene, that their past had caught them. That is worth my life, I think. The 3 men stood in the underground laboratory, surrounded by the tools of both scientific inquiry and calculated murder, while above them London continued its evening routines under crimson snow that was already beginning to thin as temperatures crept upward with the approaching night. The Victorian confidence that had built the Palm House and the British Empire itself seemed suddenly fragile, revealed as a glass shell protecting against chaos that was always waiting just beyond the carefully maintained temperature controls. Watson moved to the nearest glass enclosure and studied the bacterial colonies growing within, their red-tinged surfaces catching the electric light in ways that made them seem almost alive with intent rather than merely biological process. If we arrest you now, he said thoughtfully, these specimens remain. Your research continues, but without you to control or understand it. If we don't arrest you, I become a criminal protected by the government because my knowledge is more valuable than justice, Volkov finished. Neither option is satisfactory from any ethical perspective. But ethics, Dr. Watson, rarely survive contact with reality. We make compromises, we justify choices, we tell ourselves that the greater good justifies the immediate wrong. It is how empires function, how science progresses, how individuals navigate worlds where every option is stained with someone else's blood. Holmes had been silent during this exchange, his expression distant with thought, and when he finally spoke his voice carried the careful precision of someone who had reached a conclusion but was still testing its soundness. There is a third option. You provide all your research, every notebook, every sample, every protocol, to British authorities, specifically to scientists at the Royal Society, who can study it safely and develop comprehensive countermeasures. In exchange, you receive consideration for cooperation, possibly even continued involvement in the research under controlled circumstances. You're suggesting, Volkov said slowly, that I trade freedom for knowledge, that I confess to murder but offer enough scientific value to make imprisonment preferable to execution? I am suggesting, Holmes replied, that you acknowledge reality. You've already lost. The revenge is complete, the explorers are dead, and your larger threats have been revealed as exaggerations. What remains is the question of what happens to the organism you've reintroduced to the world and the knowledge you've accumulated about controlling it. The British government will want that knowledge. They will want it enough to make arrangements, to find accommodations that preserve your value while acknowledging your crimes. Watson could see the logic in Holmes's proposal, even as he felt visceral discomfort with its implications. We're talking about leveraging scientific expertise to reduce consequences for murder, using imperial need for knowledge to circumvent justice. We're talking about pragmatism, Holmes corrected, about recognizing that the world operates on interests rather than ideals, and that sometimes the most just outcome is not the most publicly satisfying one. Dr. Volkov goes to trial, he hangs, his research dies with him, or falls into hands less competent to manage it. Or he lives, continues his work under supervision, and the knowledge he possesses becomes a resource rather than dying, as punishment for crimes committed in response to crimes that were never acknowledged. Volkov had moved to his laboratory bench and was gathering his notebooks, stacking them with the careful precision of someone handling items of great value. And what guarantee do I have that the British government will honour such an arrangement? That I will not simply be imprisoned indefinitely once my knowledge has been extracted? None whatsoever, Holmes said with brutal honesty. You have committed murder on British soil. You have no leverage beyond the value of your cooperation, and that value diminishes as your knowledge is transferred to others. But it is still a better outcome than hanging, and it has the virtue of potentially preserving human life by allowing your research to continue productively rather than destructively. The laboratory's electric lights flickered momentarily, some irregularity in the power supply, or perhaps just the building's mechanical systems adjusting to evening operations, and in that brief dimness Watson saw the three of them as shadows among shadows, men negotiating in an underground space about matters that would never be discussed openly, making compromises that would never be acknowledged publicly, choosing between bad options because the good ones had been exhausted or had never existed at all. There is still the matter, Volkov said quietly, of the dispersal mechanism. The bacteria is being introduced to the Thames at 3 locations through automated systems I installed over the past month. They will continue operating until manually disabled or until their bacterial cultures are exhausted, approximately another week at current rates. If you want to stop the red snow, those systems must be shut down. Locations? Holmes asked, producing a small notebook and pencil from his coat pocket. Volkov provided them. Addresses along the Thames's upper reaches, industrial areas where his installations would blend with the general machinery of London's infrastructure. Holmes noted them carefully, his handwriting precise even in the underground laboratory's imperfect light. And the antidote? Watson asked. You mentioned potential treatments. Do they exist beyond theoretical protocols? I have developed a compound that accelerates bacterial die-off in infected individuals, Volkov admitted. It is not perfect, a success rate approximately 60% in my limited testing, but it is better than nothing. The formula is in my notebooks, along with detailed instructions for synthesis. Any competent chemist could produce it, though the ingredients are somewhat exotic. He paused, looking around the laboratory that had been his sanctuary and workspace for 5 years, the place where he had reconstructed his life's work and enacted his revenge. I will cooperate fully, he said finally. Not because I believe in British justice or trust imperial mercy, but because the research deserves to continue. The organism is fascinating, potentially valuable, and yes, potentially dangerous. It should be studied by people who understand both its benefits and its risks, not hidden or destroyed out of fear. Holmes stood and extended his hand, a gesture that surprised both Watson and, apparently, Volkov himself. The scientist stared at the offered hand for a moment before accepting it, the handshake brief but carrying unexpected weight, an acknowledgement between two men who understood that knowledge and morality often occupied incompatible territories. "We will need to contact Scotland Yard," Holmes said. "Inspector Lestrade will be simultaneously relieved to solve the murders and appalled by the solution. But he is practical enough to understand that some victories come wrapped in uncomfortable compromises." He turned to Watson. "And we will need to move quickly. The dispersal systems must be disabled tonight, before dawn, before the snow can spread further. Are you prepared for several more hours of work in distinctly unglamorous conditions?" Watson checked his pocket watch, 7:30 in the evening, with the night stretching ahead full of tasks that would require climbing along the Thames embankment in winter darkness, disabling machinery he barely understood, and participating in arrangements that would make his complicity and moral compromise complete and irreversible. "I am prepared," he said simply, because that was what one said when Holmes asked impossible things, and because the alternative, allowing the situation to resolve through conventional justice, would almost certainly produce worse outcomes than the imperfect solution they were constructing. Volkov began gathering his research materials, preparing to surrender both his freedom and his life's work to a government that had never acknowledged the crimes committed against him, but which would happily appropriate his knowledge for its own purposes. Outside, beyond the brick walls and glass ceilings and layers of Victorian certainty, London continued breathing under crimson snow that was already thinning, already beginning its inevitable decline as temperatures rose, and the organism that had coloured it red started dying in an environment too warm for its survival. The thaw was coming, both literal and metaphorical, and with it would come the slow erasure of evidence, the gradual return to normalcy, and the uncomfortable awareness that justice was a luxury afforded only to those whose crimes were simple enough to punish without creating larger problems than they solved. Spring arrived in London with the tentative quality of a guest uncertain of their welcome, bringing with it temperatures that crept above freezing and stayed there long enough for the city to remember that winter was a season rather than a permanent condition. The crimson snow melted slowly over the course of 3 weeks, leaving behind pink-tinged puddles that dried into nothing, and gradually the streets returned to their familiar grey-brown palette, the colour of commerce and coal smoke, and a city that had decided peculiar weather was just another story to add to its collection of improbable events survived through British determination and deliberate indifference. It was now early March, and Sherlock Holmes stood at the window of 221B Baker Street, in much the same position he had occupied that December morning when the red snow first appeared. But the view beyond the glass had transformed. Bare trees showed the first hints of green. The sky had lost its oppressive winter weight, and the morning light carried a warmth that promised eventual summer, even if spring remained unconvinced of its own reality. Watson sat in his usual chair, reading the Times with the habitual attention of someone who had learned that newspapers contained multiple layers of truth. What they reported, what they omitted, and what they reported in ways designed to obscure while appearing to illuminate. The front page carried a small article, buried below news of parliamentary debates and agricultural reports, noting that the atmospheric peculiarity that had affected London in December had been attributed to unusual weather patterns interacting with industrial pollution, and that public health officials were satisfied no lasting effects would result from the brief phenomenon. "They've made it disappear," Watson observed without looking up from the paper, reduced it to a curiosity, a minor oddity that briefly troubled the city before being explained away by science and administrative confidence. No mention of murdered explorers, Russian scientists, or biological weapons distributed through snow. Holmes turned from the window, his lean figure backlit by morning sun, in a way that made him appear almost spectral. Of course they've made it disappear. That is what governments do with inconvenient truths. They file them, classify them, and reduce them to footnotes that will be read by historians who lack the context to understand their significance. The official record will show that 4 retired explorers died of natural causes in December 1887, that London experienced unusual snow coloration due to atmospheric conditions, and that various administrative improvements were made to the city's water management systems. "And Volkov?" Watson asked, finally setting the newspaper aside. "What does the official record say about him?" "Nothing," Holmes replied, moving to his chair and settling into it with the fluid grace of someone whose body had finally remembered how to relax after months of tension. "Dr. Yevgeny Volkov does not exist in any official capacity. He was never arrested, never tried, never acknowledged. Instead, a consulting researcher has been retained by the Royal Society to conduct specialised studies in extremophile biology, working under strict supervision in a laboratory whose location is not disclosed but which I happen to know is in a repurposed military facility in Kent. Watson absorbed this information with the weary acceptance of someone who had spent enough time around government operations to understand that justice and resolution were not synonyms. So he gets exactly what you proposed. Continued research in exchange for cooperation, his crimes quietly ignored because his knowledge is valuable. The 4 men he killed received no acknowledgement, no justice, just administrative silence. They received the justice of being remembered, Holmes said quietly, which is sometimes the only justice available when the crimes themselves are tangled in larger crimes that empires prefer not to examine. Henshaw, Ashford, Blackwood and Fairweather destroyed a Russian research facility and killed 6 people while operating in territory where they had no legal authority. Volkov responded by killing 4 people using biological weapons he had spent decades perfecting. Both actions were murder. Both were also acts of war conducted outside official channels by individuals who believed they were serving larger purposes. He paused, his grey eyes distant with thought. The question of who deserves punishment becomes impossible to answer when everyone is guilty of something and no one can be held accountable without exposing institutional complicity. So the government does what governments do. It classifies, it compartmentalizes, it moves forward while pretending the past never happened. Watson rose and moved to the window that Holmes had vacated, looking out at Baker Street coming alive with morning traffic. A street vendor was setting up his cart, selling spring flowers that seemed almost defiant in their brightness after months of grey winter. Children played on the sidewalk, their voices carrying the particular joy of youth released from the constraint of heavy coats and early darkness. London was healing, returning to itself, though whether it understood what it was healing from remained unclear. The dispersal systems, Watson said, the ones Volkov installed along the Thames, we disabled them that night, along with Lestrade and a very confused group of constables who were told they were removing unauthorised scientific equipment, without being given details about what that equipment was doing. Do you think we got them all? Volkov provided 3 locations, and we found installations at all 3, Holmes replied. But whether there were others, whether he held back information as insurance, whether additional systems exist that he himself didn't know about because the bacteria has found its own ways to propagate, these are questions without definitive answers. Biology is not as controllable as we like to pretend, Watson. Organisms adapt, evolve, find niches we didn't anticipate. The bacteria Volkov introduced to London's water system is probably dying out as he predicted, killed by warmer temperatures and lack of suitable environment. Probably. But certainty in such matters is hubris disguised as confidence. A knock at the door interrupted the conversation. Mrs. Hudson's distinctive pattern, followed by her voice announcing that Inspector Lestrade had arrived and was waiting below if the gentlemen were receiving visitors this morning. Holmes called for him to be sent up, and moments later the inspector appeared, looking considerably less harried than he had during those frantic December weeks, but still carrying the perpetual wariness of someone whose job required trusting no one completely while maintaining professional relationships with everyone. "Holmes, Watson," Lestrade said, accepting the chair Watson offered, and waving away the offer of tea with the impatient gesture of someone who had already consumed too much caffeine that morning. "I've come from a meeting at the Home Office, one of those sessions where important people talk for 2 hours without saying anything substantive and then congratulate themselves on their decisive action. Your names came up." "Favourably, I hope," Holmes said with faint amusement. "Ambiguously," Lestrade corrected. "There's concern that you know too much about matters that officially don't exist. Questions about whether your discretion can be relied upon, whether additional steps might be necessary to ensure certain information remains appropriately contained." He paused, his ferret-sharp eyes moving between the 2 men. "I assured them that discretion is your specialty, and that taking additional steps against Sherlock Holmes would create more problems than it solved, given your network of contacts and your irritating habit of having documented everything." They found my argument persuasive, largely because the alternative was messier than they wanted to contemplate. Watson felt cold anger rise despite his attempts to maintain professional composure. They're threatening us? After we solved their problem, prevented a larger catastrophe, and agreed to participate in their administrative fiction. They're not threatening, Lestrade said. They're reminding you that some knowledge is dangerous to possess and that demonstrations of that danger are sometimes necessary to reinforce institutional prerogatives. It's bureaucratic intimidation, not actual violence, though I suppose the distinction is academic if you end up equally constrained. Holmes laughed, a short, sharp sound without particular humour. Please inform your Home Office contacts that I have detailed records of the entire affair, including Volkov's notebooks, which I copied before surrendering the originals, deposited with 3 separate solicitors under instructions to publish if anything unfortunate happens to either Watson or myself. Also inform them that I am neither stupid enough to threaten the government directly, nor compliant enough to be intimidated by vague implications about additional steps. We will maintain appropriate discretion because it serves everyone's interests, not because we fear consequences. Lestrade's expression suggested this response was exactly what he had expected, and precisely what he needed to report back to his superiors. I'll convey your position, though I'd recommend avoiding any public statements about Russian biological weapons, murdered explorers, or government conspiracies to hide inconvenient truths. The official story is atmospheric peculiarity and natural deaths, and maintaining that story serves purposes beyond mere administrative convenience, such as avoiding diplomatic incidents with Russia, Watson suggested, preventing public panic about biological weapons, protecting the reputations of dead explorers who are posthumously revealed to have committed war crimes. All of those, Lestrade confirmed, and also preventing situations where the government must acknowledge that private citizens sometimes solve problems that official institutions cannot or will not address. Your success makes us look incompetent, which means we're motivated to minimize how much credit you receive while ensuring you remain available for future situations where unofficial intervention proves necessary. Holmes stood and moved to his desk, returning with a sealed envelope that he handed to Lestrade. This contains my formal report on the affair, written in language carefully calibrated to acknowledge official narratives while preserving factual accuracy. You may deliver it to your superiors with my compliments and the suggestion that some truths are best preserved in classified files rather than destroyed entirely. Future governments may find the information valuable, even if the current one prefers ignorance. Lestrade accepted the envelope and stood to leave, but paused at the door with the expression of someone who wanted to say something but was uncertain whether professional protocols allowed it. For what it's worth, he said finally, you did good work. Complicated work. Morally ambiguous work, but work that needed doing. The 4 dead men were murderers themselves. Volkov was both victim and perpetrator, and the neat categories that make law enforcement comprehensible all collapsed into grey areas where every choice was stained. You navigated that as well as anyone could, better than most would. It won't be acknowledged publicly, but it should be acknowledged privately. Thank you, Inspector, Watson said quietly, surprised by the emotion that Lestrade's words evoked. That means more than you might realise. After Lestrade departed, the sitting room settled back into contemplative silence. Holmes returned to his chair while Watson remained at the window, both men processing the conversation and its implications. Outside, London continued its spring awakening, indifferent to the complexities that had briefly threatened it, and equally indifferent to the compromises that had been made to preserve it. "Do you think he's right?" Watson asked eventually. "Did we do good work, or did we simply participate in an administrative cover-up that allowed a murderer to escape justice because his knowledge was valuable?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in that characteristic gesture. "I think," he said slowly, "that we operated in circumstances where good and bad became insufficient categories for evaluation. Volkov committed murder, 4 calculated killings motivated by revenge and grievance. That is inarguably wrong, but he committed those murders in response to crimes that were never acknowledged, against men who had themselves committed murder and faced no consequences because their crimes served imperial interests. Where does justice lie in such situations?" "It lies in following the law," Watson suggested, though his tone carried doubt even as he spoke, "in arresting criminals and allowing courts to determine guilt and punishment." "A comfortable position," Holmes replied, "if the law is just and courts are impartial, and the system itself is not complicit in the original crimes. But when the law serves primarily to protect the powerful, and when courts enforce rules written by empires to justify their own actions, what then? Volkov's victims were celebrated explorers who destroyed a research facility, killed 6 people, and were rewarded with lecture tours and comfortable retirements. Is that justice? Watson turned from the window to face his friend directly. And your solution? Allowing Volkov to continue his research under government supervision, his crimes forgotten in exchange for cooperation. Is that justice? No, Holmes said simply. It is pragmatism. It is the recognition that perfect justice is unattainable in imperfect systems, and that sometimes the best available outcome is one where the maximum number of people survive and the minimum amount of knowledge is lost. Volkov lives and works under constraint, his research potentially benefiting medicine while his freedom is forfeit. The 4 explorers died, their crimes unacknowledged but at least met with consequences. London was threatened but ultimately protected. No outcome satisfies all ethical requirements, but the compromise serves more interest than any absolute position would. He stood and moved to the window beside Watson, and together they looked out at the city that had survived crimson snow, biological weapons, and the uncomfortable revelation that sometimes monsters were created by the same systems that claimed to protect against them. The bacteria is dying, Holmes continued, his voice carrying a contemplative quality. Warmer weather is killing it, as Volkov predicted, and within weeks it will be gone from London's water system, existing only in controlled laboratory samples and classified government reports. The red snow will become a story people tell, a curious phenomenon that briefly troubled the city before being explained away. And we will carry the knowledge of what really happened, unable to speak it openly but unable to forget it entirely. A burden, Watson observed. A responsibility, Holmes corrected. The burden of knowing that the world is more complicated than newspapers suggest, more morally ambiguous than law enforcement acknowledges, more dangerous than governments admit, and the responsibility of operating within that complexity without becoming paralyzed by it, making difficult choices while remaining aware that every choice excludes alternatives that might have been better in ways we cannot predict. The morning sun climbed higher, warming the sitting room and casting long shadows that gradually shortened as the day progressed. Mrs. Hudson brought breakfast eventually, tea and toast and the familiar routines that marked ordinary days in Baker Street. Holmes and Watson ate in companionable silence. 2 men who had faced extraordinary circumstances and emerged with their friendship intact if their innocence somewhat diminished. Later that afternoon, Watson would write an account of the affair in his journal, not for publication, but for personal record. He would document the facts as they occurred, the decisions made, the compromises reached. He would note his own discomfort with outcomes that satisfied no ethical framework completely, while serving pragmatic purposes adequately. And he would conclude, as he often did after their more complex cases, that living in the world required accepting that perfection was unattainable, and that doing good often meant choosing between bad options while hoping the choice produced more benefit than harm. Holmes would return to his chemical experiments, to the monographs he was writing about tobacco ash and the dating of documents, to the ordinary work of consulting detection that occupied the space between the dramatic cases that defined his reputation. But occasionally he would pause at the window, looking out at London's rooftops, and wonder whether other secrets lay hidden beneath the city's surface, other experiments conducted in underground laboratories, other crimes committed in service of imperial ambition, other compromises waiting to be made when truth and justice proved incompatible with survival. The case of the Red Snowfall was closed, filed away in Scotland Yard's archives under classifications that would keep it hidden for decades. Dr. Yevgeny Volkov continued his research in Kent, producing papers about extremophile biology that would influence scientific understanding while never mentioning their origin in Siberian permafrost or London's December snow. The 4 dead explorers were buried and memorialized as heroes, their more complicated legacies known only to a handful of people who had promised silence. And London moved forward, as cities do, carrying its secrets beneath layers of daily life, its history a palimpsest where each generation wrote over what came before, while never quite erasing it entirely. The snow melted, spring arrived, summer would follow in its time, life continued mundane and miraculous, ordinary and extraordinary, sustained by compromises both acknowledged and hidden. In Baker Street, as evening approached and gas lamps flickered to life along the street, Holmes played his violin, slow, melancholic melodies that spoke of complexity without requiring words. Watson listened, understanding that some expressions of feeling were better left to music, some truths better conveyed through art than argument. The crimson snow had fallen and melted, but its memory lingered like the faint stain left by wine on white cloth. Mostly invisible unless you knew where to look, but never entirely gone, a reminder that even the cleanest surfaces carried marks of what they had survived. And in that lingering, in that imperfect preservation of truth despite official erasure, perhaps there was a kind of justice after all, not the justice of courts and punishment, but the justice of memory, of bearing witness, of refusing to forget even when forgetting would be easier. The day ended as days do, with darkness and rest and the promise of tomorrow, and in the morning London would wake again, carrying forward its accumulated history of surviving impossibilities, one more story added to the countless others that made the city what it was, resilient, complicated, and stubbornly alive despite everything that had tried to kill it. That's our story tonight. Maybe you're settling under the quiet glow of Stockholm, the warm island breeze of Jamaica, the peaceful night air of Kuala, Lumpur, or the soft twilight of Florence. If this moment brought you ease like the episode, and subscribe for more nights filled with gentle comfort, let the silence cradle you. Let your worries loosen. Let your dreams drift softly into the darkness. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.